Going on, Kajito? How you doing, man? Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're doing well. I'm just having Claude start off this session here. I asked it, so I told it we are working on Prism Fitness app, review the most recent work, and provide at least 3 recommendations for decisions regarding front-end, back-end, and agent orchestration via codecs. That may have been a little bit too much, but kicking things off here, trying to be precise. So it gave me a lot back with that request. So let me scan through this. Okay, so in this last 48-hour window, we have created the version 1 backend, and we just completed a backend integrity push, which consisted of a 6 pull request stack, pull requests numbered 47 through 52, which included a sign out surface, a password reset, transactional workout rights, partial check-ins, account deletion, and export, plus 2 continuous integration repairs. Number 53, pull request 53, node parity. 54, CI on every branch. That sounds pretty helpful. 1 commit is unmerged. 1 commit is unmerged. On fixed deletion outcome honesty. And it's the most informative artifact in the set. After a successful account deletion, a failed async storage remote item showed the lifter. Your account and your data are unchanged, found by design review. After hours after shipping, not by any test. And my recommendations follow from them. The highest value defects are being caught by review rather than by tests. Nothing has ever run against a real Supabase project, and the 6 pull request stack merged, reporting green having never been tested. A governance failure, not a CI failure. Front end, reverse the no component test decision. going on, man? How you doing? You see the new meta model that dropped 2 days ago? No, I did not. Let me check that out. Give me a second. Recent meta model release. Right now I've got an iOS sim up. I'm trying to boot up a Android sim as well. Meta's most recent AI release appears to be Moose Code, a terminal-based coding agent released on the 5th, powered by the new Spark 1.2. Actually, somebody mentioned Spark. It is designed for agentic coding workflows and can run persistent background agents on Mac and Linux. Let's play around with it. Does Meta have any current, like, I'm just trying to think of a meta model. I can't, I guess Spark. Do I need a subscription? DeepSeek Flash seems endless. I can't hit my $6 sub limit. That's what those Chinese models will give you, I guess. I haven't gotten a Chinese model, not because I have anything against them in particular or any good reason to be. I just haven't yet. Yeah, but you're giving your source code to China, says XW2. What's up, man? Cooch says watches some Moose tests, not good. Oh, you did? Okay. Meta been a joke when it comes to AI. Their flagship model has been Llama. Them and Google have been lacking. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Gemini for code generation. I don't really use it for image generation either. I use Perplexity, which you can use a couple different models for image generation in Perplexity. Like, I forgot. GPT-2. I think that's what it was default on for me. China makes America be cheaper. Plus they have my date. Moose Code is pay as you go, not a flat monthly subscription. Has anyone here even used Spark 1.2? If you've used Spark 1.2, let me know. David, have you used it? Cooch says he watched some kind of tests and they were not good. Is it worth checking out, do you think? Do you think Meta is on the come up? Looks like shit. Not interested in Meta. Yeah, where does it even compete on the artificial intelligence analysis graph here? So, like, what are we most concerned about? Would you guys say most? I mean, like, all of these are obviously important, but like, biggest concern. Or what do you think needs, like, are these all equally important? Yeah, I feel like these are all equally important. what are we most concerned with right now? Like, if you guys had to pick a reason to use a model, I mean, let's assume cost is not a concern. Let's assume we could just use it with no financial restrictions. Intelligence. Intelligence beats speed, because if you can build something much more superior and robust, and it takes longer, then that's, I think. And I guess some of the models that are better at speed, you could allocate those models to get tasks done that require, I suppose, less reasoning, less ambiguity. So I'm going to clear and then type what? Spark. Spark moves high 1.2. It rates of 57 in intelligence, and I'm using Opus 5 right now at high effort, and that scores a 61. So the model I'm using is 4 points higher. And I'm also using codecs. I'm using Sol, I think extra high, to be honest. And that rates a 59. So what was that other Gemini? What is Gemini's best coding agent? What is Gemini's best coding agent? All right, looks like Claude Code has finished warming up. It has said much. Okay, so we proceeded with suggestion number 4, which is to set up the back end. It had fixed some UUID helpers and stale comments, sprint committed, V1 staging, Supabase verification, local only, not pushed, no pull request open. Changed files, the following: TypeScript files, a .github integration, YML, and some markdown files. New tightly dispatched, separate from CI YML, warns rather than passes when unconfigured. That sounds good. Validation verified versus not verified. No Supabase project was created, no migration was applied anywhere. Creating one needs credentials I don't hold and shouldn't, according to invariant I4. So 4 of the sprint record is a run book for you, not something I ran. That's something we set up initially in our documentation, was that anything regarding credentials need to be handled by the human. Orchestration solves. I haven't tried, but it's cheap. Yeah? It's pay as you go though, no? Can you get a subscription for it, or you just pay as you go? Meta invented mind reading tech. Meta wants to know what we are thinking so badly. Yeah, it does. I say he, Meta. There's only one face that comes to mind. I can one-shot apps with Gemini. That is really all that matters. Although unfortunately it tends to default to Google product integration. That's not too surprising, I guess. Gemini's best... What the hell? Oh, the Android app is finally up. Finally. Hello everybody. This is the Android app that is trying so hard to run. I don't enjoy doing Android apps. I know there's lots of Android users out there. I think they're equally important. Androids matter too. want to give a big thanks to everybody stopping by. I am just stopping in for a little bit. I wanted to get some work done before I go to bed because I got work tomorrow. And I just got off work a little bit ago, and I thought, why not kick off a stream? I've been trying to make some videos for YouTube and whatnot and just do the thing that you do when you're trying to grow one. And some of it's working out. I'm getting like 100, 200 views on these most recent ones, but like before that I was hitting like nearly 2,000, like 1,500 to 2,000 views on a short, and that was pretty consistent for a while, and then I started posting some weird shit, I guess. But that's how it goes. You kind of experiment. That's what I'm doing, and seeing what works, trying to repeat that process. That's what this entire video or stream is about right now, is trying to repeat a model of success. Now, I haven't spent all that much time looking into Liftly other than just kind of browsing the interface of Liftly, and decided I was going to make a fitness app. We were going to use Liftly as inspiration. But I think it's almost inevitable for projects to completely evolve if the more you have a human involved. I mean, if you ask AI to build something exactly and it builds it exactly, then it's almost like not surprising, But if you start incorporating like the human in the loop, you get sort of a natural evolution with these user experiences for these computer apps. So I think that's sort of undervalued. But it's a dangerous game because it could get so off in the deep end in this sort of like rabbit hole that a lot of effort was wasted. So I want to avoid doing that. I don't want to waste a tremendous amount of effort here. I just want to see what I can learn by this experiment. And once again, that experiment is just getting the app on the App Store. I just want to see, can I get this on both app stores? And then if I can do that, then I can be done with this entire experiment. And I can go back to building Simulison, which is really what I want to be doing. But I thought I would listen to what this guy said on the stream a few weeks ago. It was exactly like 12 or 13 days ago. It's probably like 2 weeks since this guy hops in on the stream, and he's like, yeah, you should do this experiment if you want to try to make money. And I was like, well, I am interested in making money, so let me give that a try. Because if I can make money doing this, then I can make money continuing to fund whatever this is that I'm creating here, if that's something that I decide to do long term. So it looks like the Android app is working. We're just navigating through some of the basic features for onboarding, selecting the workouts, the equipment that we have access to, finish setup. After we go through the onboarding, we get sort of this report here, and we can start training. It pulls up the main UI, which just consists of a dashboard here, and it has the date and a readiness level of how you should be feeling according to the data on, like, we're at 86 energy, which is sort of in that peak range. That's where you want to be, so you should feel good that the exercise you're doing today, you've given your body enough time to rest and relax. And then you look at what's on the agenda for today. We're doing upper body pull, and it shows a little bit of what those exercises are going to consist of. Weighted pull-up, incline dumbbell press. That's not pull. Incline dumbbell press is not a pull exercise. Uh-oh. Seated cable row, that's good. Cable face row, pull, that's good. Yeah, all that looks nice. Android app is looking pretty good. So we got here Android app, iPhone app. They're like siblings, It says Google's best Gemini native coding agent is anti-gravity, specifically anti-gravity CLI for terminal first work, or the anti-gravity IDE agent manager experience if you want a more visual multi-agent workflow. I already have anti-gravity. Installing the CLI alone gives you terminal sessions, agents, concurrent subagents, but the full agent manager experience is a separate standalone anti-gravity desktop application. Install it here. Anti-gravity 2.0. Alright, we're downloading anti-gravity. Okay. Alright, we got anti-gravity up. There it is, and I'm going to go back to what I was doing now. So that was sort of an interesting analysis that we performed this evening. We're done with that. Do I need a subscription for Spark 1.2? The answer is no. But thank you, David, for sharing that information about Spark. All right, we've got some big decisions to make here. Big decisions to make with Prism. What are we gonna do? I don't know. The exact next decision. Do you want this SQL file called seed library on this branch on its own after this merges, or not in Postgres at all? F1 means the lane can open. F1 means the lane can prove the right paths work, but not that the app is usable. It's a migration, so it's behind your approval gates. In option C, keeping the catalog client constant is a product decision that would need its own ADR. Or we're putting a Opus 5 on extra effort. Should I put it on ultra code? That sounds kind of scary. I mean, this is an important decision. Why don't we do max? We'll go max. I don't have all night. I can push it a little bit. You know what? Why don't we go ultra code? That may have been a bad decision. I'm not sure. I gotta go to bed anyway. Wait. What did that say? Security notice and data use. AI coding agents are known to have certain security limitations. Well, that's promising. Users should be aware of potential risks, including data exfiltration and possible code execution. Avoid processing highly sensitive data and verify all actions taken by the agent. Well, what do you guys say? Yes, I agree. I'm not sure. I'm inclined to just say agree. Maybe someone's gonna stop me. One of you guys have a suggestion here? I'll return here in just a few moments, and if there's no suggestion, I'm just gonna allow the AI agent to potentially exfiltrate my data. Okay, I'll be right back. Not a bad idea. Sounds like you could use it with all the stuff you're working on. HHAI PC Dual RTX Pro 6000 Blackwell 96 gigs. The Reed Ripper. 256 gigs of what? 96 gigs of what though? 128 RAM is pretty crazy, to be honest. Okay, I'll look that up. Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to be pretty expensive. Somewhere in the T's, the 20s, 30s, 40s. 50 grand, that's insane. Don't need it. Yeah, that would be nice though. So what is your argument for saying local AI is dead? Like if you were to summarize it in a few words. Local AI is not dead. Local AI is pointless. Oh, this is good. This is good. What do you guys got to say about all that? Very curious what you guys have to say about all that. What is local AI versus non-local AI? I know we understand that, but I'm just priming up the conversation here. Do some deep research if we have access to it. Deep research. Okay, so I've got Perplexity pulled up here. I put on deep research and it's currently explaining local AI versus non-local AI. So just real briefly, it says local AI runs the model on your hardware you control. Boom. Then it says, it doesn't say non-local AI though. I asked it versus. Anyway, we all know. So the question then becomes, which is better, local AI or non-local AI? for builders and creators using these tools, which offers a more promising future? Could have worded that better, but who knows? How are you going to cost justify the purchase when you can log in from any simple PC and get a data center LLM, says Tom. I just shipped a AI capability that I developed against my local AI because of security. Tom asks, what kind of security? XW says, you're giving your software to the cloud providers. Then they train their AI on it, and anyone can then instantly clone your software. Local AI is a waste of money. Tom's sticking with that claim. So what is the proposition, though? Is there, like, you're making that statement, Tom, which I hear you. You've got your position on things, but, like, what is the proposition that you would disagree with regards to local AI? Propose a few propositions as to why local AI is dead. And also the proposition why local AI is not dead. So we're going to agree to disagree here. Local AI is dead. Local not dead. So obviously this is an important cost decision for us in the future if we're going to continue to work with these tools. So here's a few propositions on both sides of the argument. So the first proposition is that, yeah, I'm going to ELI 10 this one. Just because that's a lot of reading and a lot of digesting. And let's say I spent 50 grand on local AI and I purchased 50 grand worth of tokens for LLMs. I see. Well, sometimes security just, that's like, I think the biggest factor here is security. The faraway helper is just smarter. Okay, so here are some reasons why local AI is dead. The faraway helper is just smarter. The cloud helpers are trained on way bigger, more powerful computers, so they're better at hard problems like trickier coding or reasoning. Good local helpers need expensive computers. To run a really smart helper on your own device, you often need pricey extra money and graphics cards, which not everyone can afford. Big AI companies are locking their best helpers behind paid applications instead of letting people download and run them at home, so there's less good stuff available to put on your own computer. Okay, why some people say local AI is not dead. Small local helpers got surprisingly good. Even smaller AI models that fit on a laptop or phone now handle everyday questions really well. They don't feel dumb anymore. New chips make home computers stronger. New special AI chips are coming out that let regular devices run much bigger, smarter models than before. It can save money over time if you use AI a lot. Okay, so I think to Tom's point, Tom is saying if you have 50 grand and you put it towards local AI, or if you put that 50 grand towards cloud models, that you'll generate. What is your argument, Tom? You're saying that you'll, in that scenario, you would generate more value through the cloud provider, because they're producing more they're utilizing the tokens. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. I'm still new to understanding this stuff. So the simple takeaway is this from Perplexity, prepared by Deep Research. Nobody actually wins. Cloud AI is like calling in a genius for hard homework, while local AI is like having a smart friend right next to you for quick everyday help. That's not a good example. Most people end up using both. Cloud for the big, hard stuff, and local AI for fast, simple, everyday things. which is why 2026 experts call this a hybrid setup instead of picking just one. Isn't that like on-prem versus on, like in the cloud? On-prem, that was a term I heard during my internship a lot. Moozed, so happy to see you on the grind all the time. Yeah, man, I appreciate it. I will keep it up as long as I feel like I'm able. But it gives me something to look forward to. I've been having a hard time sort of accepting the reality after graduation that I have to wait to get a job. This has been really tough. But we're hanging in there. This is like one of the only things that really give me hope right now. There's 0 point to local AI. The information is old. I mean, I feel like with local AI, you have to be more than just somebody who is like wanting to get as much out of their AI agent as possible. I think they get to a point where they want to keep it as secure as possible. And security is an ever-growing concern as these kinds of advancements and smarter agents take place. And I guess it's only a matter of time before like a tremendously noticeable attack happens, where users who are using these platforms face a stark reality of how compromisable data has become with these kinds of systems and tools to perform attacks. I can run my local agent all night long without worrying about hitting token limit. Yeah, and I guess that's especially effective if you've created sort of like a list of tasks that are very deterministic, that you can, and that's a new word for me actually, deterministic. I finally found a chance to be able to say it in a sentence where I was trying to articulate something. All right. So I have anti-gravity up here, by the way, guys. I pulled up anti-gravity and I asked it to build a working Android and iOS application fully, like without asking me any questions, just build one that would fully be prepared to be listed on the App Store for both apps. I mean, both platforms. Tom says, okay, you have the concept that you are not a clone of others, so you have your mind. Tom has a solution. I try to keep an open mind to all perspectives. I'm coding something I call sparse. Is it called sparse, or it is like you're saying it is sparse? Into microjobs, and it sends out all the LLM and builds so no one can. I'm still waiting to see that Dragon Chess gameplay. Want to see some functionality. What time is it? It's getting late. I got work tomorrow. I had work today. I came home. I was like, all right, we got to do a stream. The name is sparse. That's a good name. It's very nice to say. All right, Claude, what are you doing? Good. You already have a project you can reuse. Free plan caps you at 2, and you're at 2. So use Prism RLS verification rather than making a new one. It says no migrations and 0 requests. So it's almost certainly empty or leftover from the RLS check in July. Okay, well, it set up a database without me even knowing that it did, so that's cool. That it can. I didn't realize that it could do that. The only road AI has is crypto. TomTom just dropping bombs here. Dropping nukes of information. So make sure you code in Rust and other crypto-friendly. Okay, Rust it is. Tell me when that's done and I'll run. See, it's saying find out which. Can you do this for me? Just be ready right now. Just learn. Hello, you don't have to use crypto, but anywhere you do will benefit greatly. What's up, Sam? How you doing, man? Thanks for stopping by. Oh, you've been here for a minute, actually. I'm just using terminal and Grok CLI. Grok is so powerful. Local AI is Grok. Grok is my... Okay, so Tom has a local AI. I wasn't sure you had one. Alright, so I had anti-gravity build a game for me. Let's see what it did. Check this out. Hold on, let me set up the view real quick. So I had anti-gravity build this game, and we're gonna just kind of see what it did. Alright, here's anti-gravity and here's Timberwalk. It doesn't look too good. Maybe if I turn it sideways. Alright, here's Timberwalk. I don't get what this game is. Okay. Oh, check this out. Do you guys see this? Oh, shit. So I just gave it a random ass name, and it made a game about, like, this guy walking. And, Timberwalk. I came up with that name randomly, because it had something to do with my childhood. And, yeah, here we are. Is guys, that means 3.8 bonsai soon. Minimax new open weight models should show you where local is going. That quality AI video essay. Easy on locals. Yeah, that'd be great, having local AI image generation. I mean, this game's already got me playing it for a minute. This is not what I was thinking it was gonna make. I should have told it to come up with like a completely random idea. I think because of the name I gave it, it thought I was trying to make this like type of specific kind of game about timber and walking. Tetris is pretty simple. Flappy Birds made money. Angry Birds, yeah. That's it. That's all right. That's an okay version of Timberwalk. I need to ask it to like fix it, but oh shit. That's fine. Okay. Not bad. The game's background, yeah. Where'd it go? Disappeared somewhere. I have no idea where that simulation just went. It has disappeared. I did not exit out of it, did I? Yeah, maybe I did. And so it happens. We still have our Android app running. Maybe we can run that on Android now. Okay, so my quota has been reached. My quota was reached on anti-gravity. That's why that happened. Okay, it would have continued. Darn. It'll restart on the 10th. free users and Google API Plus users. I have Google AI Pro. I think I have that. I'm already pro. That's wild. Okay, that's fine. So I built that using the free tier. That's not bad. All right, more Claude decisions. Let's see what Claude wants us to do. Yeah, I know, right? Man, I want to go back to Simulation so bad. That is really what I'd like to be working on. And what I've found is like while one agent is working, it'll take like 10 minutes. So then I was like, well, how can I utilize that 10 minutes instead of just waiting for something to finish? So then I thought, well, let me multitask and explore some other agents that I might be able to utilize. And so then I started coming up with like cue music. And then there's another thing that I'm building for my hardware platform for hardware security. It's this little device right here. It's called the Chip Whisperer Nano. This guy, it's able to perform side channel analysis on itself to decipher AES cryptographic keys. And so I built like a little interface for that. So, and this is sort of a representation of how my mind works anyway. I get super excited about one thing and then I start so it's like totally not surprising that this is happening to me, but I do want to try to get focused, ultimately get back to Simulation. If I can complete this experiment and get Prism on the App Store, and if I get that far, I would be more than happy to just switch back to Simulation. But I want to see if I can do this, because then if I can, then at least I have a buildable, workable fitness app that if I wanted to like sell on the side, like I know people who are into fitness, who are like personal trainers and whatever, like maybe they'd want to buy this. So I don't think it's a waste of time once I build the fitness app, but I would like to get back to Simulation because it's more of a passion for me to work on that. I appreciate that you like Simulation. Security will be big money. Yeah, for sure is. Security is always going to be important. Simulation as a second task, I would build out your own local harness so you can stop getting bottlenecked on tokens. Man, if I understood how to do that, like in the way that you're articulating it. Build out your own local harness so you can stop getting bottlenecked on tokens. How do you build a local harness? How do I build a local harness so that I can stop getting bottlenecked on tokens? I am using Claude, Code, and Codex. I guess I just don't know enough about Prism. I can walk you through. Yeah, let's do it. Let's connect on that. I'm gonna have to launch dumb apps to make money. Honestly, I would think that you're joking, Tom, but I think that's sort of the strat these days. That seems to be like, see, I'm an overthinker, and so that obviously hasn't made me any money recently. So maybe if I just stop overthinking and make something dumb. And by dumb, I just mean like it's been done before. It's not anything that's like new technology. I would love to build new technology, but you need money to build new technology. You need resources to build new technology, to experiment and try new things. So maybe do something dumb for a little bit. Not too dumb though. It can't be too dumb, because if it's not related to what you're doing and like where you want to go, what you're building towards, like I'm just saying, like working a, certain jobs are essential to get money to pay the bills. I'm experiencing that now. But I also feel highly underutilized. I feel like I'm not getting my hands on certain tasks, and I'm not getting certain responsibilities. I just feel bored. Give it 1 month, we will have Frontier Intelligence on 6 gigs. That'd be terrific. I'd have 2x the Frontier Intelligence with my 16 gigs of RAM. Nearly 2x more. I will just flood the app markets. Please do. If you can do that, teach me how you do it, because I can't even get one lousy app onto the fucking market. Hermes is also local harness, though, if you don't want to spend forever on it. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out Hermes. I haven't quite figured it out. Maybe you can help me with that. Protect yourself from AI pets. Like AI pets. Okay. You mean like Hermes has AI pets? AI attack shield. If you like things custom, though, I'd make it your own. I do like custom for sure, and now that I'm learning how to build things, it feels like a good way to learn also how to build things better, is by just building my own things. Qt widgets or Electron, those are probably best for this. Yeah, Electron. I've heard of Electron. I haven't messed around with that. What is Electron? prob Electron if you don't want to build web viewer. It's an open source framework for building desktop apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It bundles Chromium and Node.js, so one code base can run on macOS, Linux. Oh, that sounds pretty useful, actually. What's up, AIP? Hermes has a YouTube watch skill built into the desktop app. Give it a list of Hermes tutorial videos. Have it watch them, learn, and then it teaches you and can... Dude, that sounds sick. That sounds like you should make a YouTube video on a tutorial on how to do that. I'm just going to put that in the Perplexity prompt for right now. Electron is basically what Cloud and Codex, Anti-Gravity all use. Alright, AIP, I appreciate that. You dropping that knowledge right there. Paste this into Hermes. Oh, that's awesome. Look at that. I want you to become my Hermes coach. You know what? I'm going to do that right now. We're going to do that. Let's go ahead and open Hermes. Our favorite orchestrator. What the hell is this? Capital H. I know it's over here. Yeah, there you are. Okay. See, I don't want to do it in a new project, right? I'm just going to go new session. New session, right? I don't need to be... See, I don't know how to get out of these like little situations here. Like, I'm stuck in some branch in a repository, and I don't want to be in that. How do I get out of it? New session. I did new session now, and it says I'm on feature V1 local training day of my Prism app. Should I create a new project folder for it? Oh, there's the AI pet right there. There it is. We're gonna go into developer. I guess we'll just make a new folder in developer. Hit projects, drop down on left. Okay. There. Oh, okay, then hit new projects like that. Okay. What about Hermes optimization? Hermes optimization. We don't have a new folder yet. No folders added. So I have to make turn to sessions. The little icon where it says project switches. Turn to sessions. Turn to sessions. The icon to the right of that projects, the square stack. Show sessions. Okay. And then just do new session up here. Yep, I canceled the new project. Bingo. All right. Hermes, we're calling this Hermes optimization. When is the release of the app? Asks Chor. Hey, what's up, Chor? Thanks for stopping by. I feel like I've seen you here before. Yeah, hopefully like ASAP. It's been 13 days and I I'm not even in the process of seeing if the app is going to approve the app. I feel like that's incredibly far behind. I should be much further ahead, but this is where I'm at. So I am trying to get the app so that it's no longer using seeded data. It was filled with 8 weeks of training data so that it could be used as if there had been somebody actively using the app for 8 weeks. Now that I've performed a whole lot of UX and UI tests and building the code for that, I'm now migrating that data to no longer be there except for any kind of demos and tests for future feature expansion and such. Now I'm creating a version that can receive user data and also configuring the backend infrastructure for it. Was 1 week in Greece. Oh, cool. Up top right of main Hermes. Up top right of main Hermes, there is a new layout editor. You may find the focus mode better or customize layout. I appreciate that. I didn't know that. We'll try focus. I don't feel like that. Oh, I see. I'm not sure I want focus. I like terminal deck. I think. You know, the biggest concern I have is this right here. Why does it say I'm on feature version 1 local training day? You see that? That's my biggest concern, is like, I don't want it to be launching its session from within that directory. Okay. I do not want... Can I use dictation? And I need to change the model. I think I have Luna. I'll do Luna high. I do not want to be working in the feature version 1 local training day branch. I want to be working on the Hermes optimization project that has nothing to do with the Prism project. New Hermes profile, new location. Okay. I want to be working in a new Hermes profile and location. Bottom left plus sign for a new profile if we really want them not connected. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm going to have to post a short coming up soon, whether or not local AI is dead, and hopefully get some people who click on it and then check out the stream. Near home icon. Yeah, I see that. I see it. I saw that a little bit ago. See, I don't really know if that's... I don't know if that's what I should do. Profiles are independent Hermes environments. So I feel like a new profile might be valuable for every single project that you're working on. Like, or do you want the Hermes, like, I don't know. What do you think? Like, I would create it, like, what this makes me want to do is create a new profile for every single project. So if I'm working on Simulison, I want to create an independent Hermes environment for Simulison, an independent Hermes environment for Prism, an independent Hermes environment for Q Music, etc. Okay. No need yet. No need yet. Okay. You got 9 profiles. Okay. Well, now I feel like I need it. You got 9. I'm just starting off. I want to have like a good structure and environment, but I'm all right with working with it without creating the profile right now. Alright, I have to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Enjoy the music. If you decide to hang out. Just tell it to grab your API keys, etc. from the default Hermes. Okay. Grab the API keys, etc. from the default Hermes profile environment. Yo, I appreciate those emojis. Appreciate that. Grab the API keys from the default Hermes profile environment. I don't know what I'm saying or asking it to do. Grab the API keys from the default Hermes environment. For the new profile? Okay, so you're saying build a new profile. Okay. Let's build a new profile. And we'll call the new profile, what are we calling it? Come on. I just thought about this. Oh yeah, it's called Hermes Optimization. Clone from the system prompt, persona for this profile. To carry over chats to this new Hermes. What? Error invoking remote method Hermes API. It already exists. This profile already exists. It does. We'll just call it Hermes Op. I don't always do blank, but that's just me. Oh, look at that. We've got Hermes optimization, Hermes. Okay, so oh, that's cool. Okay. Yeah, but I can't speak right now. This profile inherits these other projects. I don't know what the deal is with that. New project. Operation. Agentic workflow. All right, new profile, new project. What do I want to do? I want to use Hermes to avoid bottlenecking. I want to use Hermes to avoid bottlenecking with my AI coding agent orchestration workflow methods. Alright, I'm hoping this is going to be a good response from Hermes. I basically gave it a pretty comprehensive prompt, so basically asking it to scrape the YouTube like you were saying earlier. I think it was AIP. Tom says local AI people are shut in. No, it's all open. The door and join the world. I don't know what you mean by that. Sparse, why you say that? Local AI is the only way we stay decentralized. I appreciate the discourse here, or the different perspectives that are being offered and shared. Let's keep it that way. Keep it a good flow of exchange of ideas. So I'm still currently configuring the back end. You can use Hugging Face MCP or API to see what local models will work on your system. Same for GitHub and Hermes. Yeah, I'd like to use GitHub actually. I haven't been, or Hugging Face, I mean. Turblist asked, what screen am I using? Computer specs. What screen? I'm not sure what you mean by what screen, but I have a Mac M1, 16 gigabytes of RAM, and 1 terabyte of hard disk drive storage. That's pretty much it. What about you? What are you working with? Alright, I just signed up for Hugging Face. Since some of you guys are, continuously saying Hugging Face, I have decided to join Hugging Face. Yeah, I've been on this since like 2023. I've had this M1. Can't wait for M5. Yeah, that'd be sweet. Second day having a big display. Nice, nice. Yeah, I do have an Asus monitor. It's just something I picked up for like 200 bucks. hey, the Hermes agent can integrate with Hugging Face MCP server to access over 140 tools for text summarization, model management, and account discussions. That sounds very valuable. Let me figure out how to set up that. I appreciate that. I made a little bit of an adjustment earlier, so I try not to go too loud with the volume, and then at the same time try not to be too quiet, but I think this should be good. Sam says another Vibe streamer made an app for just that, lowers music when you talk. Pretty cool to watch him make it over the past few weeks. Billy Call. Nice, dude. Yeah, I'll check him out. I'll tell him what's going on here. That's cool, man. Thank you for sharing that. I'll check him out. Oh yeah, Billy. No, yeah, I've been seeing Billy stuff pop up. Okay. Yeah, I'm subscribed to him actually. Is that? He was also building something for like checking in, like like emotional or just like self-awareness on your feelings, I guess. He seemed pretty passionate about it, so that's cool. Testing. Sounds good? All right. The amount of games on X is growing. You mean like on the website? Audio PAA may have been 3 weeks ago. Okay. App. The audio app. Oh, yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, that's a good point, Tom. That seems to be the first market of apps that this vibe coding has affected. All right, just testing a GitHub MCP for DaVinci Resolve. Slow, but trying different models to see which is best as basic rough draft editing tonight. DaVinci Resolve is at Mac OS. Maybe it's compatible on Windows, I think, but I know Mac OS is pretty popular for using DaVinci Resolve. It's free too, I think. I tried downloading it, but it wasn't launching, so I just switched over to CapCut. Opus 4.5 is comparable to Qwen 3.6, 27 billion parameters, which the distilled version of that is basically Maple and Bonsai, which is why I suggested going for Maple because it seems to have better reasoning. Maple over Opus 4.5 and Qwen 3.6? Is that the proposition that it's better? Or maybe you need to experiment with it some more? I haven't used any of those models, only Qwen 2.5, which is complete garbage, but that's another story. I made a YouTube video about it. It's not very good, but open the terminal. You already have Hermes though too, which can connect to that in many tools. Just was saying that you should test Deep Grove Maple if you want local. Okay. Quen 3.8 Max is jam. Is your jam right now. MCP paid studio only now, but it's early. Only one good OE out so far, Windows and Mac. Okay. Deep Grove Maple. MLX. You can even get it running 2 seconds in a llama to check how good it is once downloaded. Only 7 gigs of RAM. Alright, we're going to work on that. Moosed. We're going to work on that. That specific quant for your system too. The specific, okay. When you say quant, like what do you mean? Like quantifiable quantification. I don't know what my usage is at right now. 53%, not too bad. It's an Apple specific one. Okay. We like that. Grok image. Imagine image 2 appears to have gone live tonight with no announcement. It has. You don't say. How do you get access to Grok? Grok has a grok.com. Well, hello, Grok. Well, here we are with Grok. I've never used it. What should I ask Grok to do? How much does it cost? $10 a month? What's going on, Michael? How you doing? What's up, Michael? Thanks for stopping by. Michael says he shipped his sports news site today, phase 1. That's awesome, man. Is it shareable? Are you able to share that if you want? The audio is buggy, or is that just my side? Never mind. Yeah, my audio device. Okay, good. Yeah, I'll tell you about Prism. Prism is a fitness app. Okay, so when I was on day 14 of my live stream for Simulison, building an app to 100,000 users, this guy joins the last like 20 minutes of the live stream, and he's like, all right, I'm going to give you this method. And if you follow this method, you should be able to start generating revenue with building mobile apps sooner than you would if you continued working on Simulison. So I decided that if that were true, then I could continue to work on Simulison and fund my own build, the project that I'm trying to build. And so I decided I would give it a try. I would listen to this guy. So I've spent the last almost 2 weeks trying to clone an application. This is his method. He says if you clone an application and you reach out to social media influencers who are talking about applications that are similar, then you ask them to make videos about your application that's similar to the one they already made a video about. And you say, I'll pay you $20 to make a video. You already made one that was very similar. You just do the same but with mine. And yeah, I'll pay you $20. And you build these relationships with these content creators. And after a certain period of time, you start having these relationships where they keep posting more videos, you keep paying them, you hopefully have some people who are, actually subscribing to your application now or purchasing the application, and that's sort of the idea. So I decided that I would try that, but before I even got too carried away with it, I would just try to build a fitness app, which is like many that exist, and I would try to get it onto the App Store for both Apple and Google. And so I figured if that is my goal, that is the main goal for what I'm doing here, then I won't be disappointed about whether it becomes a success or not. And I'm just not really putting that much time and thought into how I'm going to market it quite yet. I already have a general idea, but I'm not even there yet. If I can't even get the app on the live app store, then there's no effort that's needed to even think about how I'm going to be able to get it to a larger user base. So the fitness app is really just an experiment because I like fitness apps, and I thought I would clone one because it just felt like a good app to try to get on the App Store. So I'll show you. I have a simulation in Android. I have an Android simulation up right now. The Android simulations are not as enjoyable to me than like an iOS phone, but so this is it. And Michael says it's just a news site for now about sports around the world. Yeah, that's awesome. Share it with us if you want. All right, yeah. So this is the main screen right here. Tell Grok ternary models exist now, and Maple and Bonsai can achieve near frontier intelligence on 7 gigs. I love to hear that. It's giving me hope. Ternary models exist now, and Maple and Bonsai can achieve near frontier intelligence on 7 gigs. I think my site got blocked Sports Weekly. That's too bad. Hopefully you get it back up soon, and then you can share it, because I'm curious. Want to see what other people are building. The AIs never know the latest on models. They have to search specifically. Yeah, it's good. You're helping me build this workstation. I appreciate it. And yeah, my mic's coming through good. Okay. I was talking. You couldn't hear me. Sports Weekly, Michael. If I go sportsweekly.com, is that the website? And I guess I was more asking what makes Prism good. Like, why Prism mission statement? There really isn't one, man. It does not have any mission statement. I mean, listen, it'll evolve into what it's going to be. The mission statement for Prism is to build functional strength. Build functional strength for moving in life. Functional strength is required. Keep track of your strength training journey with Prism. What do you like about it so far? Oh man, these are hard questions, man. You're asking me the hard, like the design of Prism. It's really a test subject, Prism. It's just a test subject for an experiment of mine. A mad vibe coder. So where did Prism go? I have Prism here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. All right, so in Prism, you have today, you have all the different exercises that you might want to add to a workout here, and you could add them once you click on one, like front squat, and then start a new session with this. You know, you decide you want to do front squats today, so we start a new session, and then we do this much weight, and we do it that many times, and we completed all the reps, and then we say we're done, and then we finish our session, and then it saves a record, and then we say how we feel. It was oh my god, what the hell is this? We'll just put okay, and then get rid of that and save and finish. What do I like about it so far? I like that it is cross-platform. I like that the very first onboarding screen is super cool, like super sleek. I like this. It's so simple. I mean, there's some words on here. I'll edit this, but like you hit get started. It takes you through 3 little views to show you the capabilities. And then you get started. You say that you want to get stronger. You've been working for a few years. You can work out 4 days a week. And you have machines, cables, and body weights, and kettlebells, and bands. And then you finish setting up, and you start training. There's supposed to be an onboarding sign-in screen where you can like create an account. There's a social tab down here to connect with other people. There's an insights tab to give you just sort of a nice little technical. Everybody likes to see how their data can be used to give them information about what they're doing to improve what they're doing. And then there's plans over here on the very far right. You can select a workout program and things like that. Equipment-based customized workout. That is unique. Is it? Is that unique? I'm not sure. I liked it though when it started thinking down that route. I just let it go with it because I do like that route. But there's definitely lots of things that need to be changed in here. But I basically like if I can get this on the App Store live right now, getting user data, user feedback, like I'm not opposed to that. I don't think Strong app does that. Oh, really? Do you use any fitness apps? Are you a fitness enthusiast? If you don't use any apps, do you enjoy like fitness lifestyle? Do you go to the gym, stuff like that? What is now actually verified, not assumed? Oh, cool. That's good to know. I've never used a fitness app. Maybe that's a lie. I'm not really sure. I forget. I've used health apps before, so but I've never got like a fitness logger app. I always wrote it down by hand, but it would have been good to have it. It's good to use these things if you're going to buy one. I like that the UI is simple and fast. I probably would get bogged down with your multiple panels for entering and exercise. Yeah, no, you got a good point there. See, there's some things I want to tighten up in the app, but as long as it's functional and it works and you can log information, I can change that UI later. I want a robust V1 UI UX, and robust doesn't mean cosmetics yet. That'll be more version 2. But the cosmetics were created to a certain degree in this V1 build that I feel like good about expanding on the V1, or I mean V2 UX UI redesign, because that'll be once things get shipped on the App Store and I can actually scale with users, I will feel a lot more interested in wanting to redesign the UI UX. But I think the UI and the front end right now has a sufficient amount of navigation capabilities, and there's enough functionality for a user to at least explore and figure out how the app works. But what I need to do now is make sure that when users start logging their data, that it actually accumulates and builds like a meaningful report, and that the 8 weeks of seeded training data can actually reflect what the experience is like after 8 weeks of a user entering in their workouts. But I appreciate you saying that you like that it's simple and fast. I'm going to try to keep it that way, and redesign the UI UX with the comments that you're making as well about like sort of getting bogged down and being too noisy or being too AI sloppy or something like that. It's like you build a house. When you build a house, you have like the concrete and you have the wood frames, and then you have sort of like now you have a roof, and it's all concrete and wood, but it's like, all right, yep, now we're going to obviously need like some more infrastructure here and make it more comfy and cozy, and then eventually you just make it your own thing. What gets tweaked based on the workout history? That's a really good question, Moose. Super, super good question. I just know that there's something in there manipulating the numbers to reflect some kind of like accurate reflection on the current state of somebody's progress in the gym. And I don't really know what all those things are. All I know are that there are placeholders, really. They're some kind of generalized formula for calculating somebody's, time that they've spent resting versus exercising, and tries to come up with a number that represents their current energy, health, recovery status. So I don't really understand what those formulas or algorithms are at the moment, but I think that right now they serve as relatively good placeholders so that I can look at those and try to fine-tune them and refine them later. Future trajectories would be very cool. Yeah, they'd be very cool, but maybe they'd shoo people away because they'd see how bad they're doing. If you had like real future trajectories, because like the reality is most people never really achieve the goals that they want, and at least in the gym, and that's been my experience. I mean, I haven't ever actually been satisfied long term. I've had some short term good goal achievements in the gym and fitness and stuff, but like when I think about where I could be versus where I am right now with regards to my fitness journey, I would be doing so many different things in the gym if I had just stayed consistent for long enough. So maybe this inspires me to stay consistent and go back to the gym on a regular basis and eat good and get good sleep and all that, but we're vibe coding instead. Yeah, the diet is huge. And energy level is huge. But sometimes the energy is just not there, and that's where discipline kicks in. And multiple workouts per week, for sure. Yes, it's just a lifestyle, and I've lived a lifestyle like that before. And I've lived a very intimate one, and so I hope to be able to get back into that lifestyle as well. And I feel connected with it, so like building this app is sort of an extension of like a previous business environment that I used to operate within. So this isn't unfamiliar for me. I feel like I could reach out to somebody I know in this industry, and they might want to buy this fitness app that I built, and I could customize it for their brand. I spent 2 weeks on my sports news site. Okay, yeah, we got to look that up. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I know you're not saying go check it out, but I feel like I need to. Sportsweekly.com. This is it? This is your site right here? Am I mistaken? 2026 Sports Weekly. Sports Weekly is a great domain name to have. This is yours? If you can make that lifestyle easier to live in the app. Yeah, that's the idea. It's like this thing's going to evolve eventually, you know. I'm just building the skeleton and the thing's going to evolve. Michael, this is awesome, man. I feel like I'm looking at Wall Street News right now. Sign up for our newsletter. I would. I don't watch sports though, so you got to get this out to the sports news enthusiasts. Freshly building it, I'll put your app on it. That's great, man. You got little advertisement blocks over here. Whenever I hear somebody talking about news, I'll try to find a way to slip this in there. Have you checked out Sports Weekly yet? And I'll get them subscribed to the newsletter. Moosed thought Mike was joking. I'm not gonna lie. At first, I was like, "What's this Sports Week? That sounds like something that's existed for a while." I can't believe Sports Weekly was available. That's great. How long have you been sitting on that domain, man? Did you just get it? Was it conveniently available for you when you decided you wanted to build this? Michael, that's very cool. I appreciate that. My friend sat on it from 92. I sold domains for him, and he let me use it. Man, that's awesome. Yeah, I had a feeling like you don't just get that kind of sleek name. I'm over here creating names in order to get the domains, like made up words and stuff. It's only copyrighted for each news outlet. They can't copyright that particular phrase. It needs to be USA Today, Sports Weekly kind of thing, so they can't just copyright Sports Weekly alone. Yeah, I don't know how that stuff works, but it sounds like you have a pretty good idea. I've been thinking about that for a little while. I'll make that extra effort to share with people about Sports Weekly. Since you're doing that ad, if you end up doing it, no worries. Oh, I got 2 more. LOL, way better. Want to know my other one? Yeah. For sure, yeah. I need to get some water. I'll be right back. That's awesome, man. That must be what brings you here to my stream, as well as just your general interest in vibe coding. But that's awesome that you want to bring stuff like that together. That sounds pretty sweet, man. I'm interested in it. Maybe as you're building it, I could check it out every now and then and give you any feedback or updates. Let me know if you'd be interested in that. I don't know if I have you on Discord or if you're on Discord, but I'd be happy to like send you any feedback if you had any questions, like on what things look like on my end. Blog watching. What's a link to the website? All right, Claude is using Claude's simulator for iOS. This is the first time that I've let it do that. And I am running on Opus 5 Ultra code right now, so we're maxing out the effort. Watching just that alone. You've got an idea. I can revamp watching as a whole community and helps their channels. That definitely will happen. That'll definitely happen. If you were to drop in the other streams of people who like don't have massive amount of streamers, like, or people in the chat, like sometimes it's hard to get the attention of a streamer if they have a lot of people in the chat. But if you're to drop in and say like, hey, I've added your stream, or like just check in with them. Basically wherever you want to go with it. Yeah, I should probably put it in the title or description of the channel. It's I recently built it, and I hired some guy who is connected with me in the stream to help like create some infrastructure for the Discord. So yeah, handling traffic on a website is definitely something that certain issues will arise, and very specific solutions, things that people understand very well, that I realize could be challenging if they're not set up correctly and not knowing how to exactly troubleshoot for them. But that's part of what this journey is like, I guess, is like you almost become a subject matter expert over time as you allow the AI to build the infrastructure. You watch it do it, and then you can see something being built really, really fast, and then you see like multiple things being built really, really fast, and they're different applications, but the infrastructure is almost like repeatable. And so watching many different iterations of products being built at a fast speed, you just get that much better at understanding the architecture from a full stack perspective rather than just like a front end or just a back end perspective. You can understand full stack so much more eloquently. Awesome, man. Yeah, share the link to that when you get a chance in the Discord or whatever. I tried looking up something earlier, but the domain wasn't attached to anything. Just type the name watching. I got a suspicious site warning from watching.com. Watching. Yeah, I'm not sure how to find whatever if you're even trying to share that. Yeah, well, maybe you can take some screenshots or something and share them in Discord. Yeah. Is it okay to, like, visit, just, like, from a security perspective? Well, however you did the Sports Weekly one, just, I guess, do that. Oh, man. How are you hosting it? Yeah, I'd be interested to see. I think that might gain some traction if you get something up. That'd be pretty cool. Getting an EDU site up and running, that sounds pretty cool. And a bachelor's degree fixed. You also say that it's not the host, it's the ICANN internet community. It's such a big name. People tried taking it from him. You see what Grok says here? All right, Michael's in Discord now. Awesome. Yeah, send that stuff over, man. I look forward to, yeah, I look forward to seeing that. Yeah, that sounds good. It'd be cool to see any screenshots as well if you had any. Michael, I see your stuff now in Discord. I see your images. I see you've got watching.com. And then the other one is bachelordegrees.com. Obviously, you're still working on them. But I'm interested in like the latest column on the right. It's interesting because Tom Holland's latest roles and where he's heading next. That was 9 minutes ago, so you're pulling from some API feed to get some of that news. I'm pulling in the images, and then are you doing the same thing with now trending? Because, you know, Toy Story 5 and Spider-Man New Day, those are new movies, so you're pulling in that new information. And then, so you've got that set up for at least the home view. This is the home view, and then you navigate into movies, TV, streaming, recaps. News, anime, add-ons, shorts, newsletters. Where do you want to take this? Expand more on the home page, refine the cosmetics. Did you finish any of the other views, like movies, TV, streaming? bachelordegrees.com. I'm able to visit this one. So when I type FIU, which stands for Florida International University, it says no universities found. But if I type Florida International, there it is, FIU. Just one little detail. It's like one of those things, you know, if you know the acronym of the school and you type it out frequently, then you might just naturally want to do the acronym. But it pulls up a pretty good feed, it looks like. So if we wanted to look at, there's a lot of schools. It feels like this whole thing is a button. Like if I were to click on it, it would take me to some like some other page. But I see there are two buttons down here, and they're separated by color and length, and one is to the website of that school, and the other are to profiles. So we'll click on the blue one. If I were to click on this one, it takes me to the website. But if I click on the blue one, it keeps me on your page, your website. It tells me Central Georgia Technical College, about this listing, visit the website, history, shows the location. Those are that's a good thing to have configured. Degrees, view degree profile. Browse universities, browse degrees. College term, what's this? Plain language definition or admission for admissions. Sort of, okay, glossary. That is what came to mind. Scholarships. This is gonna scholarships. It would be a really popular page, I think, for students. Maybe you could find schools with certain scholarships and have people filter by scholarships. think if you had a way to explore like some of the recent activities happening at that university, so that like that would be highly involved, but you'd have to get like universities involved on like updating this for their particular screen view. Like if you had like a view this university and they had the ability to like modify the data, like images and like what they're doing, like sort of promotion. If you could get these schools to want to promote themselves on your application somehow, that'd be cool. You'd have to really build a lot of relationships, so I'm not sure like how far you want to take that. Nice. Agents doing the scholarships. Yeah, you're welcome, man. I do have a question though. One of you, like you guys were talking about, I don't know, Moose, if you're still here, but Maple and Bonsai through Olama, right? Or through Hugging Face? Because I can't find Maple when I search for models in Olama. Yes, what? I forgot what I asked. Just ask Hermes to download that exact one. Alright, Michael. I might be offline, I'm not sure, but I can connect in the Discord. Deep Blue Maple preview 2-bit. Yeah. Yeah, Michael, it's late here. It's almost 3 a.m. I gotta go to bed. I got work tomorrow. I gotta use the restroom real quick. Yeah, I'm starting to build this out a little bit too much. I was just playing around with Grok and seeing if Grok could give me any ideas. And so you're suggesting to just ask Claude Code or Codex to download the model if Hermes won't do it. You shouldn't pick from this list. You should be specific. 80% of those options are not runnable. I appreciate that. Thank you. I was hesitant. It didn't give me a whole lot of confidence looking at these. Hermes is working on something. The last prompt I gave it was download and install Deep Grove Maple Preview 2-bit MLX for local free development. Kojita, what's going on? You say, what kind of, what are you doing? What kind of app or something like this that you make? I'm building a fitness application just as an experiment to see if I can get it on the App Store. I just want to get it on the App Store and then I'll be done with the experiment. I would like to continue working on my Simulison application, the thing that I started vibe coding about initially. And then I hit day 14 and I decided to perform this experiment because it was an idea that I got from somebody who joined the live stream. And the app that I'm creating is a fitness application. This one right here. Approaching usage limit. %8 left. I think we'll make it. I don't even know what ended up happening with that, by the way. I was working in too many different agentic sessions on the same kind of idea, trying to understand how to work with Hermes. Yeah, see, I've been playing around with different, like, kind of ideas like that. Like, I'm using Hermes to build it. But then, it's like, what am I even trying to build? I mean, Hermes gives you access to the models, so I just need... How do I get Hermes to only use local models? I need Hermes to only use local models. Not that I only want to use local models, but like if I use local models, then I can play around with stuff. Okay, you're saying hit the edit models. Yeah, when I go into edit models, it shows me codex models. Oh, there's Olama. Yeah, these are the providers that are available for me. Olama has these models right here. I could add provider and then connect another provider, but they only offer Minimax, Quen Code, Grok, Anthropic, GitHub, and OpenRouter. You're gonna have to have a smarter model with tool calling build. Yeah. No, I agree, for sure. I don't know what I'm building though, that's the thing. Like, what is it like that I'm even trying to build? Because I think most of what I'm trying to build has already been built, and I'm trying to build a thing in the thing that already works, and I'm trying to connect it with itself. Yeah. Yeah, but that's like, I'm curious. I don't know what I'm trying to build anymore. I'm not sure what the thing even was at this point. I think just trying to learn how to use Hermes and just building something, because I guess I just haven't figured Hermes out. Buildception is what it feels like, yeah. I just want to use free models. I want to optimize local free model, like production, if that's like as a way to conserve tokens, as a way to work on things when I run out of tokens. Having local models like spinning in the background, I think, is a great idea. And if I can learn how to access those models that are local and learn how to use them and make them perform well for tasks that I learn what they can do, I just feel like it'll overall be a positive learning experience. So that's really what I want. I want to be able to use free local models on a modest computing platform like my MacBook, It's not something that's like superior or anything like that, but trying to use free local models on a modest computing platform and see what I can get out of it. Because I don't think I'm accessing all of the capabilities that are currently out there, and this little push towards understanding it I think might be well worth it. But I'm also trying to learn how to use Hermes, and maybe Hermes can help me do that. I think I've maxed out my credits. Yep. That's how most people got into Hermes, really. Just asked Claude Code. Yeah, I guess. But that's really my main goal, was just to hit the credit usage so that I could, oh, I didn't want to close out of it completely. That's excellent, Moose. I'm happy to hear that you're well informed on that. What you're asking for is it to use Deep Grove as your main local LLM with Hermes tool. Yeah. But I don't think Hermes can use that model. Yes, I have Codex. Yeah, I'm almost out of Codex credits. I just realized I have probably about less than 20% of my session limit. Yeah, you know, I don't really know what's going on there. I've tried to use Codex to supervise it. I've tried to get Cloud Code to supervise it, and I just haven't quite figured it out yet. How to like really have access to all the different models through whatever the hell this is called, Hermes. I go to edit models and Hugging Face isn't there. Olama isn't there. My computer was kind of freezing up there for a minute. I don't know what it looked like on the other side, but yeah, on my side, kind of froze for a little bit. Yeah. Probably because I have all this stuff running. I hope so. What is the first model install tab in Hermes doing? I don't know. I don't know. Or is it just one chat? What is the first model install tab in Hermes doing? Well, here's the project. Model install tab. Let me see. So I ask, is it possible for us to set up Hermes so that it can use the Deep Grove Maple preview? It says yes, but Maple as an optional local reasoning model, not yet replace Quen. It says I'll test the existing Maple workspace specifically through Hermes required API toolpath before wiring it into the model selector. Maple passed the critical feasibility test. Hermes can technically use it. I'll add it as a selectable local alias while leaving the proven Quen model as the default for whatever reason. Then run a fresh Hermes smoke test through the alias. The first Hermes CLI probe exposed a routing detail. The Maple command line flag sends a literal word, while friendly aliases are resolved by Hermes in-session model command. The endpoint itself is healthy. I'm rerunning through the name local provider with the exact model ID, which is this authoritative MLX path. Maple is now configured as an optional local Hermes model in Hermes op profile. Use Maple in the desktop app. It is now running. Enter model Maple session. Verify with status. Switch the model provider. Switch to the model picker. The name model provider should appear as Maple preview in the model selector whenever its server is running. Okay, here it is. Do you see it in Hermes now? This wasn't here before. So is this model local? I'm asking it if it is a local model or if it's connected to the internet. Yeah, that was sort of a strange moment